on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A stumble there for Canary Storm at the break. It's Good Mission. It got off to a smooth beginning and jets out for the lead and opens up by at least 3 lengths over Savvy Sunset, who's 3 wide. Here's Merlin F emerging at the fence. Other People's Money in between horses in fourth. A length and a half back to Lucy Playa in fifth. Margin of 4 lengths to Canary Storm, who's about 2 lengths in front of La Gran Artesana, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. It's Good Mission, who has the lead by a couple lengths. Merlin F is up the inside in second. Savvy Sunset tracks in third, then a length back to Other People's Money in fourth. Lucy Playa's in fifth and 6.5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to La Gran Artesana, who's out of last, starting to launch a rally, but deep on the course. And Canary Storm's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Good Mission, who's homeward bound, has the lead by a couple lengths. Merlin F is on the outside with Savvy Sunset second and third. Other People's Money towards the inside fourth. La Gran Artesana's in fifth at 4 lengths off the lead. Wide open here, 16th to go. It's Other People's Money. Savvy Sunset on the outside. Merlin F, La Gran Artesana. Here's the winning line. Other People's Money. Got there. All money. It's official. $14.20 the winning mutual. Exacta $49.40. Try 164. Dime Super $98. They're all in the gate and they're off. Good start for Clary Bidente on the outside, who sends out for the lead. Diamond in the Dark flashing early speed at the fence in second. On a spin, tracks in third. A length to Go Get It towards the inside fourth. 3 parts a length to Mobella Dream, who's about 5 lengths in front of Sarah Story, who brings up the rear. Less than a half mile to go. Clary Bidente has the lead, and the lead's a widening length over Diamond in the Dark, shuffled in second. Mobella Dream now a danger on the outside, up into a joint second. A half length off the lead. Mobella Dream's making a fierce bid for the front end with 2.5 furlongs to go. Fourth place on a spin and 10 lengths off the lead. Then it's Sarah Story, who's out of last. Go Get It trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Clary Bidente digs in along the inside, trying to repel Mobella Dream, and these two are clear by 7 lengths over Diamond in the Dark in third as they got 1 furlong to go. A struggle between Clary Bidente and Mobella Dream, neither one giving an inch. 16th to go. Mobella Dream with a slight lead over Clary Bidente. Mobella Dream wins over a game. Clary Bidente. Then it was Diamond in the Dark third, and on a spin, 50-cent trifecta, $11.15. Dime Superfecta, $8.30. Third race from... And they're off. It's Bald Kitten, who accelerates out for the front end. Turbo Train and Big Advantage outside second and third. Signifying Nothing behind rivals in fourth. Enunciates in second last, and 2 lengths back to Out of the Cloud, who's at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Bald Kitten on top, and hounded by Turbo Train outside in second. Big Advantage in the clear, now in a joint third with Signifying Nothing. Signifying Nothing up into third, passing Big Advantage on the turn. Then about 7 lengths to Enunciate, who's 2 lengths in front of Out of the Cloud, who's at the back of the pack. A quarter of a mile left to travel. Bald Kitten, Turbo Train, and Signifying Nothing goes to the outside for clear running room. Signifying Nothing in the green blinkers, 2 lengths off the lead of Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten sent down for the drive. Signifying Nothing up into second, and then it's Big Advantage on the stand side third, 4 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. Bald Kitten digs it along the inside. Signifying Nothing outside second. Signifying Nothing getting up, defeating Bald Kitten. Then it was third race official, $6.10 the winning mutual. Daily double, $17. Exacta, $27. And they're off. Good Start, Production Credit, and Fast Freeze Kaz. These two dash out for the lead. Almond Cider improving up the inside to be in a joint third with Khalid's Dream, who's deep on the course. A space of 4 lengths to Smokin' Alone. Captain of My Heart are next, and then it's Devil or Angel in second last, and a link to Oliver with the Twist, who's at the back of the pack and about 11 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Production Credit on top. Fast Freeze Kaz outside second. Khalid's Dream in the white blinkers in third, 4 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths to Almond Cider, who's 2 lengths in front of Captain of My Heart. A space of about 5 lengths to Devil or Angel to the outside of Oliver with the Twist, and Smokin' Alone's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Production Production Credits still holding fast. Freeze Kaz at bay at this point in time. Khalid's Dream gets every chance on the outside, and Khalid's Dream swoops on in. Up into second now, contending for the top spot, and Khalid's Dream to the outside of Production Credit as it's Almond Cider plugging away third. Captain My Heart in fourth, 16th to go. It's Khalid's Dream who's overhauled Production Credit. Captain My Heart late on the scene the outside, but it's Khalid's Dream. Give Worry two on the card. Captain My Heart second, Production Credit third, Almond Cider dollars. Dime Supers, $63.50, 50-cent pick three, $15.75. Fifth race from Finger. And they're off. It's Smile Takes Charge setting out for the lead. Union Navy displaying speed with no name in between horses. Four Eyes is emerging up into second. Five Destinations up the inside fourth. Union Navy races in fifth. Interchanger six. Independent Paul deep on the course in seventh. Six off the lead. The back two horses, Deputy Tremont to the outside is smoking it up. As it Smile Takes Charge, who's able to cross and clear as they make the entry into the turn. The lead's 2 lengths. Four Eyes in pursuit in second. Union Navy outside third with no name towards the inside fourth. Interchanger fifth, 6 lengths off the lead. Independent Paul is next. Deputy Tremont tries to advance from the back, but still about 9 lengths off the lead. Second last smoking it up, and Five Destinations is at the back of the pack as they reach the top of the stretch. Smile Takes Charge, whips them in, has a lead by a length and a half. Four Eyes, Union Navy outside second and third. Interchanger stand side with no name at the fence, and it's Deputy Tremont, 16th to go. Smile Takes Charge, has a lead by a half length over Four Eyes, and Union Navy close to home. Smile Takes Charge, holding sway. Photo for second, Four Eyes to the inside of Union Navy. Trifecta $46.50, Dime Super $34.45, 50-cent pick three, $21.50. And they're off. It's Halloway bursting out for the front end. Lucio Non-Earl on his outside. Big Brown delivers towards his inside. Wisecrackers towards the inside as they fight for early supremacy. Big Brown delivers, has the lead. Wisecracker demanding racing room. Able to get up into a joint second with Halloway. Then a couple lengths back to Not My Type on the extreme outside up into fourth. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me towards the inside in fifth. 4 off the lead. 2 lengths to Lucio Non-Earl who drops back. Followed up by Dominican Thunder who's in advance of Holy Dancer. Then 4 lengths back to Belmont Union second last. And probably Flattery, void of any early speed at the back. 5 furlongs to go. Big Brown delivers and Wisecracker. These two feud for the lead. Halloway, Blue Blinkers in third. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me towards the inside fourth. 4 lengths off the lead. Then 3 lengths to Not My Type in fifth. To the outside of Dominican Thunder. Then 6 lengths back to Halloway, who's 2 lengths in advance of Belmont Union. Lucio Non-Earl second last. Probably Flattery trails the field. On the far turn, Big Brown delivers, and Wisecracker, no change of the order. Halloway nudged upon in third to keep up 2 lengths off the lead. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me races in fourth. 3 lengths back to Dominican Thunder in fifth as they reach the top of the stretch. Wisecracker has headed. Big Brown delivers, but it's Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me on the outside up into second, and about 2.5 lengths off the lead. Halloway's in fourth. Well inside the final furlong, it's Wisecracker on top by 2. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me trying to wear that one down at deep stretch. Wisecracker, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me in front at the finish. Wisecracker second. Big Brown delivers third. Close for fourth, Belmont Union or Dominican Thunder. Thrill Me. Double $19, exacta $27.80, 50-cent trifecta $58. Dime Super 1, 2, 3, 4, 30. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's 42 Ace and Mr. Einstein blasting out for the lead, joined by Post Facto. Post Facto's up into second. Dates Freedom close to the pace today in a joint third with Mr. Einstein. And then it is Flash Kiss, who's in between horses. Centavos 3 wide around that first turn in second last. And Big Rich has taken up residency at the tail of the field. 42 Ace gets pressure from Post Facto on the outside. They're clear by 3. Dates Freedom's clear cut third. 2 more lengths, and Tavo tracks in fourth. Big Rich out of last. Early move up the backstretch from Big Rich. Flash Kiss in second last. 8 lengths off the lead, and a length back to Mr. Einstein, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. 42 Ace and Post Facto more or less on even terms as they travel up the backstretch. Dates Freedom's 2 lengths off the lead in third as Big Rich attempts to continue that rally outside in fourth. 3 lengths to Centavo, who's 3 lengths in front of Flash Kiss, who's 2 lengths in advance of Mr. Einstein at the back. The half was in 48 and a fifth, 3 furlongs for the winning line. It's Post Facto takes over for 42 Ace. Big Rich looms the danger on the outside, and Big Rich and Dates Freedom with a daring move up the inside, and Dates Freedom and Big Rich are first and second. Post Facto is under pressure in third, a few more lengths back to Flash Kiss in fourth, but many lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch, and it's Big Rich and Dates Freedom. These two square off in mid-stretch. They're clear by 6 over Flash Kiss in third. 16th to go. It's Dates Freedom inching away from Big Rich at the 16th pole, and Dates Freedom will give jockey Luis Perez 2 wins on the card. Big Rich second, Flash Kiss third, Centavo Freedom. Double 28.80, exacta 77.50, 50-cent try, $52.62, dime super $43, and they're off. Here Tickle with a sluggish beginning. It's Disco Dancer who rushes out for the lead. All of a sudden he's on the outside with Rio Oleve. Second and third. Now Night Missio's improving up the inside, up into third. Fifth place belongs to Omaha Pistol to the inside of My Kinda Crazy. A gap of 3 lengths back to Racer X, who's about 7 or 8 lengths in front of Here Tickle, who's at the back of the pack. 3 abreast as they make the entry into the turn. Night Missio with a burst of energy getting that lead over All of a Suddenly in second. It's Rio Oleve contending outside in third as Disco Dancer drops back in fourth. My Kinda Crazy fifth. Then it's Omaha Pistol 4 lengths off the lead into the top 5. Racer X in second last, and Here Tickle way behind as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's All of a Suddenly with 3/16 to go has the lead by a length. Rio Oleve threatens on the outside. Night Missio shuffled in third, then in fourth. Racer X, who's 5 lengths off the lead as they run to the 16th pole. All of a sudden clings to that lead. Rio Oleve's on the outside. Racer X dives over towards the inside, a deep stretch. All of a sudden holds over Rio Oleve. Then it was Racer X. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast, and we got about 59 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, do have a scratch of number 3, Rockstar Rebel. Number 3, Rockstar Rebel, a scratch from the first. Race number 2. No changes. No changes in races 2, 3, or 4. You can skip over to race number 5. Race 5, late work for number 4, Rebel Empire. Workout at Finger Lakes, August 21st. 4 furlongs, muddy surface, 51.10 breezing. Race 6, got a couple scratches of number 2, Night Spot, and number 3, First Sons. Night Spot, First Sons, 2 and 3 out of the 6th. Race 7, got a couple scratches. Scratch number 2, Beach Boy Al. Scratch number 3, Norgay. Beach Boy Al and Norgay, the 2 and 3 out of race number 7. Late work for number 8, Gandy Dancing. Workout at Finger Lakes, August 21st. 4 furlongs, muddy surface, 49.30 breezing. 8th race. No changes. 9th and final. 9th and final. Scratch part of the entry, the 1, Bustin' Outta Here. Number 1, Bustin' Outta Here, is a scratch in the 9th and final. Remind everyone, Monday, Labor Day here at Finger Lakes. It's a Labor Day extravaganza. Starting at 11:30, we'll have $1 Sweegle hot dogs, $1 sodas. Domestic drafts will be $3 until 4 p.m. We'll have the annual Jockey's Foot Race after the 5th. That's a fundraiser for the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Finger Lakes will donate $200 for each jockey that participates. There'll be the Bet and Get Bounce Back promotion. Bet $10, win, place, or show at any Finger Lakes live race with mutual clerks in the upper grandstand or lower clubhouse to receive a bounce back coupon to redeem at the Lucky North Rewards desk for $10 gaming free play on your next visit. There'll be free Finger Lakes programs at both program stands, and then the racing will be pretty good as well. $50,000 stakes race, the Arctic Queen, the highlight of the Labor Day card here at Finger Lakes on Monday. Got about 56 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice with another great day of live racing. Man, how couldn't have had nicer weather this morning. Woke up, sun's out. Looks like, of course, I got a little crack in the window here to see that the sun is still out. Of course, the track dried out. We had a fast track yesterday. Expect a fast track again today. Now, I did give out some bad information yesterday. I'm gonna have to apologize for that. I was not informed when I did the show yesterday morning that we did not resurface the track. They rescheduled. They were scheduled to resurface during the dark days. They did not. It was not communicated to me. So I just wanted to let everybody know. I apologize. That just poor communication was all it was. We did reschedule it for this week. I don't even think I'm going to mention it this week unless somebody actually communicates the information here. Then I'll give that information out to the public. But sorry that I misspoke yesterday. We had 9 races today. Yesterday, Andre Worry started off with a pretty good day. Louis Perez had a couple wins on the card. It was Andre Worry, though, 3 wins in a row early in the day. He was on fire. A lot of logical winners yesterday. I thought the pick 5, because of that carryover pool, man, they pumped some money into it yesterday, too. Paid over $300 for the pick 5 and probably could have had it on a small ticket. Wasn't that difficult, so there was some good value with that pick 5, and that's what happens. It's nice when we get that carryover pool into that pick 5. We have 2 pick 5s. We have the early one, which actually paid pretty well for what came in too, and then the late one has that carryover possibility. Remember the early one? I don't know if we've had it happen yet this year. It is a mandatory payout, which means if it isn't hit, it doesn't carry over. If you have 4 out of 5, then or 3 out of 5, whatever, that's what takes home the money. Yeah, I mentioned 9 races today. That means the late one will start in race number 5 instead of race number 4. Pick 4's, well, you have the early one and still race number 3. Still trying to get used to the pick 4 in the 3rd. Always liked it in the 2nd. But it's in the 3rd, and then the 6th race, I think, is the other one. It'll be the last 4 races of the day, I believe. I always have to double check because we changed it this year. Yeah, the late one is the last 4 races of the day. All right, with that all said, fast racetrack today was a little quick early. I mean, that's pretty much quick for most of the day. It seemed like you had to be on or near the lead for most of the races yesterday. Some quick times. I wouldn't call it speed favorite, but you had to be close in a lot of those races, and the times were good. So keep an eye on that. Maybe it'll even out a little bit today. First race, an allowance race, never won 3 condition, going 1 mile and 70. We scratched the 3, Rockstar Rebel. I see the early money is coming in on Mr. Ripple. Mr. Ripple was a convincing winner when coming in here after running against open allowance and optional claiming allowance competition. Supposed to win. He ran against the 2 lifetimes and just absolutely dominated. Now, this is a tougher field. I wouldn't exactly hammer this one down to 1-9. Logical horse, though, off the impressive win. It wasn't like he got much competition in that race. He won pretty handily. You look at this race, and he's moving from the 2 life to the 3 lifetime. It is a better race, and there should be some competition with Skippy Town, who's won a couple in a row. He's no slouch. He's 2 for 2. And Awesome Empire, who could be a significant factor as well. Now, there isn't a lot of speed in this race. That might present an issue for Mr. Ripple if Awesome Empire goes to the lead. Now, Mr. Ripple has enough tactical speed that he can be aggressive from the rail and possibly hold the rail on Awesome Empire. It's probably the key is going to be what Awesome Empire does, stretching out of the sprints, if he's going to be the one to take the initiative and try to send out there to the lead. Because other than that, Jansine's got some tactical speed, but he's not that fast. I would expect Awesome Empire to possibly send out there and try to seize the early lead from Mr. Ripple. We'll see, because Mr. Ripple does have some tactical speed. Now, Awesome Empire, this will be the first time stretching out for this horse, but you can tell by the breeding. It should not be an issue, and it's actually surprised he hasn't tried it yet. They've been trying this horse on different surfaces, on the synthetic, then on the turf, then going to Saratoga and winning on the dirt. I guess dirt could be his best surface. We'll find out. He did win on, I think it was the Tapeta that he won. No, actually, it was I think it was Woodbine that he won on the synthetic up there. He's dangerous if he can get the lead, I thought, in here. And the distance really doesn't look like it's going to be an issue. Now, Skippy Town, that's how tough the race is. Skippy Town, I got third. He's won 2 in a row. I was there for both wins. So, yeah, they found him late last time. And he's supposed to win that race off of the previous race. So he moves to the 3 lifetime. Now, Mr. Ripple's time and his effort was more impressive winning the 2 lifetime than Skippy Town was. But they both took care of the business that they had to take care of. So who's to say that Skippy Town couldn't be a horse that could improve even off of that race? Could have won a quicker time off of if he wanted to that race. But Mr. Ripple, off of his effort, does look like the horse to beat in the first race. But again, the pace flow and might have something to do with the outcome here. So I'm going to go with the 1, 2, 6 to start off the 9 race card. 9 races of excitement. Yeah, but Monday, yeah, we're not far away. They already drew yesterday for the Labor Day card. That's a pretty good race for the Arctic Queen. That's our feature race. It is for the older fillies and mares. And yeah, Caldwell Loves Gold in there. Really good one. ZN is going to try to face the older horses that's not in condition. So we'll see. I mean, that one's still eligible for 3-year-old stakes. See how ZN getting tested in that race. Should be a very, very good one. Look at the card overall. It's a great card for the Labor Day card. So you want to be here. Get all those dollar hot dogs. We're going to do the jockey foot race around the 5th race. So that's always a lot of fun. Always a lot of fun. See if one of the favorites gets tripped up after the start. All right. Second race. We go a distance of 6 furlongs. Tricky race. I'm going to lean towards the 1A Yearning here. The horse has got some tactical speed, some natural speed, and it's another race. Let's face it, there's not a lot of speed in this race that Yearning can get the lead. And she's chased the last 2 against better horses, well, good horses. We'll see how this one shapes up, because the 2 Linda Rice horses could be very good too, along with Unwoke. But Yearning could provide the pace. Look, ran against Kay Jeanette. Now, Kay Jeanette turns out to be a good one. I mean, you look at that race itself. Kay Jeanette came back to win against winners and looked good doing it, by the way, for Chris Progno and Lisa Reed. This Kay Jeanette beat a good field right off the maiden victory, drawing away. And you look at that race, how it turned out. You know, Country Manor was no slouch. Came back and ran 3rd in the same race with Yearning. And then he ran it against Miss C. Banker. Now, Miss C. Banker had already broken her maiden, but she ended up being disqualified. She was much the best winner. Yearning wasn't that badly beaten. I should say much the best of the rest of them. But Yearning wasn't that badly beaten in that race. So I think from a tactic standpoint, she might be able to get out there and at least be on the front line. And off of the recent form, I think she's got a good chance there. And she's 7-2 morning line. She's actually a pretty decent price because she's coupled with Castle Dell, who's cutting back in distance. Got the 5 and the 3. They ran together. You got La Dynamita. I don't know if that's how you say that, but by the Big Beast. This one dropped last time. And you watch the race, and both of them ran together. And it was one of those things. A lot of Dynamite was bet down to be 1-2 in that race. I thought got the worst of it, but Unwoke did finish ahead of her, and that was Unwoke's first race over the track. La Dynamite has run twice with a second and a third, so it hasn't run badly, and only once at this level. It was hard to separate the two considering that they both ran together last time, but I thought La Dynamite might have got the worst of it in there. Now you get Andre Worry, who had all the wins yesterday. So we're going to go with a 1A, 5, and 3. Thinking Yearning might have that tactical edge. All right, third race is a starter, an optional claiming tag of 8,000. It's for fillies and mares, and we go a mile and a 16th. Tricky race. Saratoga Kisses steps up off the $5,000 win. Now, she didn't beat much, but she did it handily. And it wasn't like, I mean, there's a couple horses in here that probably would have won as easily, maybe not quite as easily, because I think this horse is a little bit better. But how good is Saratoga? She's just simply better than this field. See if she keeps it going. She'll be tested today. I mean, she was not tested in that race. Again, she's supposed to win that race, but she proved every bit the part. She dominated them and won in hand. Route is her Sweet to Santa. She's running in Love My Candy, Sweet to Santa. So Shelley ran her race. Shelley looked tough in victory. Normally I'd say, you know, Love My Candy, you look at last year, she stretched out and won this racing box. You know, that was a real good one. And the other thing with last races, they did go hard to kind of talk about Happy Time, like, oh, he won and change. Speaking of which, you know, you got Dr. G and Allie. Not sure what the tactics were that race for this horse. She figured to be the speed, at least one of the speeds, and was taken back off of a 51.5. I mean, what did they go, 26 for the first quarter and 51 to the half? And that's not her style. They were trying something different against the wrong pace to try something different. She actually ran pretty well, because that's not her thing, sit back and make a run. Maybe they're seeing if it was. I thought she's dangerous here. But you do have other speed in the race with Tamaki or Tamaki. You say Tamaki, I say Tamaki or Tamaki. I'll never say it right. If I say it different ways, there'll be one day that I say it right. That's how I kind of look at it, until I'm corrected. I'll go with the 216. I think when Progno had the horse, he corrected me and I said it right. Now I forgot. I'll just listen to the announcer. He says them right. Fifth race, 5,000 claimer. Non-winners of a race that's a day or never won 4 condition. Going 5.5 furlongs. Took a little bit of a minor upset in here. I'm just looking at it, and this happens a lot in our 5.5 furlong races. We run a lot of 5.5s here. I know a lot of tracks run that 6 furlongs. But a lot of the trainers here, they like to run 5.5. So a lot of the races are written for 5.5 in the book, and this is what you get. And the reason they like 5.5, you got some of these horses that have good tactical speed. So if you're a speed horse, and you're generally got a lot of horses that have that running style in that same condition, that are stuck in those conditions with you, most of them want to go 5.5, not 6 furlongs. That's just the way it is. Well, what happens is a race like this, where you get a lot of horses that have early speed, and if the track is playing fair, remember, it was quick yesterday. You needed to be close. But you did have a couple horses with a stalking type trip that was able to win with the track. It was just tough to come from far back on the racetrack yesterday. But Rebel Empire is another horse with natural speed, but he's shown that he can pass horses, and I think he's going to rate a little bit in here behind the speed. You look at something, Max Foster was horrible tactics last time. I kind of talk about that horse a lot, but a great trainer. But to sit back and make a run with that horse, he doesn't like to pass horses. and he doesn't like to route either. There's two things with Max Foster. He's better when he gets in the race early, and he can do a quick time. But the problem with Max Foster is there's faster horses in here. Boss Tweed looks like the speed of the speed, but of course, Boss Tweed stops. Does Boss Tweed stop for 5,000? He may forget to stop, dropping way down to this level. It's only Boss Tweed's second start of the year. But I'd be concerned of taking a short price on Boss Tweed. The way he stopped in New York. I mean, granted, it's 5,000 and it's only 5.5 furlongs. And that's the key. Remember, maybe that's what he's looking for, the shorter distance. And maybe that's about the time he's going to stop as they hit the finish line for 5.5 before they go 6.5 or 7, the race he's going. And I guess that's a logic you can use here. Dropping a class against this much easier field and the shorter distance combined, a lot to like on Boss Tweed. But if that one stops, the other speed that's going with him stops. The horse that I thought could rate and pounce and just simply get the trip is Rebel Empire. I'm hoping Andre Wary has another good day today. Again, Boss Tweed, I like the horse. There's a horse last year that won going 4.5 and 5 furlongs, but then it was hold your breath at 5.5 and 6. I can't remember. Johnson had that horse. I can't remember the name of the horse off the top of my head, but was really good at the shorter distances. I think Matt Clark used to have that Con of Cons. They used to win at 5 furlongs at 5.5. Maybe that's what this horse needs to do. Find those 4.5, 5 furlong races. We'll see. I mean, at 5,000, it's a different story when you're running against this cheaper stuff. Now, Max Foster, if they do get this horse in the race, he's going to be tough. He chased Brock Moninoff all the way around the track. Both of them ran pretty big. And it wasn't like that track was speed all day. Maybe it just got quick at the end of the day. But Brock Moninoff went 21. They slowed it down a little bit to 46, but neither one of them came back. And maybe that was it. Maybe the track did get quick late. More reason to like Rebel Empire. But Max Foster's in kind of a similar spot here as he has been the last two. When he dropped to 4, he did the right thing. Sent to the front end, and when he did a quick time. That's what this horse wants to do. But they do rate this horse a lot. So it'll be interesting to see. He's in a tough spot having that speed of Boss Tweed right outside of him, because you certainly don't want to send with a horse that usually stops. I'll throw in New York Riesling for 4th. I don't think he's going to get the lead. If you look at his last race, he's not really passing horses, but he's holding his position. So if he was 44 to 1 last time, and he ran a good third. And you look at it and say, thank you, John. Stone Guitar, they all are horses that like to mix it up in the early stages. New York Riesling, who used to be kind of more of a true speed horse, doesn't need to be anywhere near the lead. He can sit back and make a little bit of run, especially when you're talking about getting in the Tri and Super, where the weight off comes into play too. 4, 6, 5, 3. He'll be my long shot in here. Okay, we'll scratch the 2, Night Spot in the 3, out of race number 6. I think you can narrow this one down. I don't like the form on the 5. Vaunted just doesn't seem to be the same horse. Trojan Mule, it didn't really beat anything last time, and probably the best race he ran in his career. Maybe he's getting better. It really looks like the 2 outside horses, especially Shorts in the Winter. Shorts of the Winter takes a slight drop in class. I don't like the overall record. When you're in the 2 lifetime condition, the 25 starts kind of scares you a little bit. But he comes out of a race won by Burning Beauty. He's gone long, but he could go short. He's just as good going short. He ran 3rd to Banker Blaney. Banker Blaney won like 5 races in a row here. So no shame there. And the race before was the next out winner, that going way back to May, going 4.5. So he comes off a layoff since June. Got some good work. He's got a bullet work on August 12th. And the big thing is he's just facing an easier field. So if he's sharp enough off the little bit of a freshening here, he could be tough. Now, Burn Rubber looks like the other one. Wants to go longer, though. This one's out of a dam by Giants Causeway. Well, a lightly raced 4-year-old has only got, 5 starts and only 2 starts this year. One of them in January, so technically only really 1 start this season, as we'll call it this year. And that first start off the layoff since January was in the slop. So tough to gauge anything from that race, except for maybe needed the race and will run better today. And running today against an easier field, I thought was the biggest threat. He's in second. Yeah, I'm not going out on a limb on this race. Like I said, the 5 doesn't have good form. Trojan Mule off of a maiden victory. Now, Vaunted's got races in the past that would beat these. He's got good early speed. Of course, Shorts of the Winter does too for the sprint. I don't like how he stopped last time in that race. I mean, he was 20-1, but I think the people that bet him or didn't bet him at 20-1 didn't expect him to get as easy a lead as he did. So if they did, he probably wouldn't have gone off of such high odds. But then again, he stopped. I don't like the fact that he did. So we'll see what happens today. I know if he could bounce back and run a better race today, he could hang around because he seems like he's the best of the rest of them. So I'll go 6-7-1. The potential's there for that horse. All right, 7th race, we scratched the 2, Beach Boy Al, scratched the 3, Norgay. Yeah, I thought this was a big price on this horse. Talking about Indy Cowboy. 6-1 morning line, cuts back in distance. Really just didn't want anything to do with the route last time, which is kind of a surprise. He has some route breeding, but wanted nothing to do with the route. The previous start was a victory against a pretty decent 3 lifetime field. So now you're getting 6-1. He's basically off of a victory when you consider the sprint. If you can look past the route, he's coming off a victory in his last sprint race. And again, it was a pretty good field. The speed got away from him with Bobby the Tank the race before. So it's not like this horse has got a bad race on his form in sprints. The only bad race the horses ran was in the route. I think 6-1's a nice price. When you take that all into consideration, and I don't know if he's going to go off that, but it's a pretty evenly matched race. You probably get at least 7-2 on him. We'll see. Heads or tails? I like the name. It's like you always see the old timers up there in the upper grandstand say, "Man, I can't make heads or tails out of this race." So I guess that's probably where the name comes from, or it could just be a coin flip. The last race isn't terrible. You would like to see him run a little bit better. I mean, Bustin' Pietri's the winner's pretty decent, but the other one's kind of a mediocre field. Was in for the waiver claim both times. Probably didn't matter because he's in for 5 today. His 3rd start of the year. I thought he ran very well in his first start of the year, considering the short distance, and chased after Peruvian Boy, who ended up later beating a good field. I think it was in a rout. So the capability is there. He's got natural speed. I was assuming Victory Built, the long shot, will get the lead in here. But heads or tails might get first run on the rest of them because he'll be sitting just off of Victory Built as he breaks right outside of him. So he's going to be in a good spot. Gandy Dancing's, man, this horse is so inconsistent. I always pick this horse in the top 3, sometimes to win. Yeah, he ran good against Flowing River. I think it was right on with that one because Flowing River was just good for 5,000 was the speed of that race. Gandy Dancing, he just didn't get the right kind of trip the last race. I mean, Trap the Dream was the one that rallied up the rail. But he's more of Trap the Dream's more of a horse that's his running style is sit back and make a run. I think Gandy Dancing needs to be in the race a little bit more. As we just announced, he does have a work that's unpublished since the last race. I think that's a good sign for Gandy Dancing too, that he might be sharp enough to get into that race, get closer up with Victory Built early, and hang around, and maybe even be a win threat in here. I'm going to go with the 7-6-8 in race number 7. Of course, you got to consider Don Antonio too, another one off 2 straight wins. I don't know if I give that horse enough respect. 8th race, yeah, I mean, I don't think I picked Don Antonio either time that horse wins, but Marissa Monserrati's done a great job with that horse. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulled an upset in that race because he is sharp right now. We go a mile, flat mile for the allowance race, 8th race. Now winners of a state bred. Really tough to go against Sorority Prank unless this horse regresses. Now I don't know if that was the case last time or if it was. I mean, it looked like a good match race between Sorority Prank and Hey Toby. That's what it looked like. Well, it really wasn't. Hey Toby was much the best. I mean, Raylu Gutierrez was on Hey Toby just outside of Sorority Prank. They kind of ran together down the backstretch, but when Hey Toby took off, Sorority Prank had no resistance. He just couldn't stay with him. It was a mismatch at that point. Which, the big question that you got to ask yourself going into this race, was it a case of Hey Toby just being at his best, running a big race, or did Sorority Prank regress a step to get beat that badly by Hey Toby? Maybe a little both. I want to give Hey Toby enough credit for the victory. The thing about this race, though, is he should get the lead. I mean, there's no speed in the race, technically. I mean, Drickus Solo first pitch have some speed, and so does Ironman Ira, but not Sorority Prank's kind of speed if he wants to use it. And he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to be aggressive coming out. Remember when this horse won, I had to go back to, it was a mile race on June 16th. I think it was Troy Smith trained the horse. Went out there to the lead in some quick fractions. Worry sat off with this horse and then took over when that one stopped. So he could do that. He does. If one of those inside horses decide to be overly aggressive, he doesn't have to go out there in 23 and 47 if he doesn't want to. And I don't think he's gonna have to. They're gonna have to go that fast anyway, because even though you got some tactical speed horses inside, none of them are really that fast unless they're really being overly aggressive. So I had a tough time going against him unless he does regress. Prophetic comes out of a good race in a sense. It is a 3 lifetime, so he's only a 2-time winner. But I think it was Buckley who had another 2-time winner that won the condition. I don't know if it was a couple of weeks ago. So I don't have a problem anymore with the 2 lifetime horses that are still eligible for the 3 lifetime going in the 1 state bred because they have done well. Horse doesn't know he's out of condition. But the only thing they said, you say, well, why don't you see more of that? And the answer is, you do lose the condition if you win the 1 state bred. You can't go back and run in the 3 lifetime because it's your third, it's your third win. So that's the issue about going to the 1 state bred. Normally we don't run a lot of 4 lifetimes, so you see the horses that have won 3 times go into the 1 state bred and lose the 4 lifetime condition, but that one doesn't run a lot, so that's why they do that. But you don't see this a lot, but he's good enough if Sorority Prank doesn't have it, despite technically being out of condition. Prophetic could be the one to pull off the upset. Now, his last win was against Claimers in the 2 lifetime, 11-9, but he did win that race pretty easily. Again, he comes out of a good race in a sense for a 3 lifetime against Burning Beauty. Pascal Moon, maybe more of an underneath type horse. The day he won was on the lead going 7 furlongs. You're going back. So I don't think he can pass horses. That's the problem for this horse. He just kind of runs his race, hangs around. But you don't want to be overly aggressive here either and try to go after Sorority Prank and others. So I think he's just kind of a hang-around horse that you can use and tries as supers just because that's what he is. Good check getter. He's got more seconds than first, but he hits the board often. I didn't really like anybody for 4th. I didn't know what to do with Ironman Ira. The fact that they put him in for 5 off the claim, I know he was claimed, but that's not a good sign. First pitch, he's got some back class, but the last 2 races, when he tried older horses, aren't good. When he did have good races, those were against restricted 3s. Raw Courage was life and death to win a 5,000 claimer. And Honorable Avenue doesn't seem like he's the same horse as before. So I think you can narrow it down in a sense. Basically 7 with the 5-6, then maybe the 1 and 2 on a stretch. Drickus Solo is an interesting one. He went through lifetime conditions. He won a 3 lifetime 5. When It was Russell's first ride back after years of taking a vacation. He looked good winning. But the horse didn't run that badly last time behind Pascal Moon. Never really a threat to finish ahead of Pascal Moon. But he ran fourth and this is fourth. I kind of see that type of race here. After you get past Prophetic and Pascal Moon, somebody's got to come around to round out your super. I'm not a super effective player, but I'm making 4 picks in here because there's 8 horses, and I'm going to come up with Drinking Solo to round out your super. 7, 6, 5, 1. The last race is the 9th race. We have a 9-race card. We also have a 9-race card for Labor Day, by the way. I'm not trying to skip past Wednesday because Wednesday's going to be a good card too, but 9, actually 10 if you count the jockey foot race. You could pick your favorite jockey in that race, but you can't wager on it through the window. I don't think Rick's Picks is going to be taking bets up there. Scratch the 1, part of entry, busting out of here. Man, I got to bust out of here. I mean, George is important. He's got a class edge on these. I know those are restricted 3-year-old races, those maiden 12.5s. But a couple of those races where he's hitting the board down at Gulfstream are good enough to beat this field. He's kind of going the wrong way with the form a little bit. George is important, but this has got to be considered a significant class drop. Numbers-wise, he doesn't tower over this field, kind of equal with this field. But I think with a change in venues, I like the fact he's got a bullet work over the track leading into this race. Makes me think George is important, is going to win the last race. I thought the main threat is Dracula. I think the horse clearly wants to go longer and stays at 5.5 furlongs. And that was the thing, just couldn't really, it's a big horse that is kind of a plotter style, he looked like. And he's trying to make a move. It's not like he's getting tired. He just wants to go longer. But unfortunately goes 5.5 today. But the thing about this race is it's at a reduced level. So he can get in, he can just be in position early. He's classy enough and fast enough that he could be in the race early and just kind of plod by him because he's better than these horses. I would just really like him going long. I love him going long against these horses. But I'm going to use him second at 5.5 furlongs. A little concerned about the distance. Talk about good breeding, though. He's by Authentic out of a dam by Uncle Mo. Just wants to go longer than 5.5, and he keeps going 5.5. The 2-horse, we might win today, though, because it's 5,000, so I got him second. It's an interesting race. With that said, Dracula's going to be close just because there is no speed. Going to pull him into the race. Going to be possible, could be the speed. Going to be possible is 15-1 morning line. This is going to be my long shot here. 15-1 morning line. Hasn't shown anything. That's why he's 15-1 morning line. But it is against maiden special weights. He takes a big drop in class. Now, he did bolt on the turn, so maybe they could fix the issue in that race. They changed jockeys to Joel Cruz. Big rider change in here. But the biggest thing is a lot of bigs, but let's say huge drop in class from the special weight to 5,000. I think the key, not only that, could be the speed of the race. He's showing speed, at least he's trying to show speed for a second in those special weight races. Maybe a little different at 5. Good long shot to maybe use your top 3 or 4. 9 and 4, I used for 4th. He did have a slow break. He didn't run at all his first race over the track, but maybe give him the race, maybe forgive the race because he wasn't all that quick at the start. Barber on him today, got him 4th. 3-7, 2-5 in the final race on the Tuesday card. Enjoy today's racing. Get involved in those pick 5s. We continue racing tomorrow, a little later tomorrow with the 115. And then Monday, of course, is our big Labor Day card. You want to come out for the holiday? Got those dollar hot dogs and the jockey foot race. Also the Arctic Queen, the feature race. It drew a very good field. You're going to want to check it out. But next day is tomorrow with that 115 first post. See you then.
Horses coming on the track. First race at Finger Lakes, leading the post parade. Number 1, Mr. Ripple and Cabercoa. Number 2, Awesome Empire and Luis Rivera Jr. Number 4 is Jansen and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Bolt to Run and Luis Perez. And number 6 is Skippy Town and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. First race from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 1 mile and 70 yards. Big favorite at 2-5, number 1, Mr. Ripple. Jansen going in. Bolt to Run and Skippy Town. Skippy Town going up and in. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start for Jansen, who barrels out for the lead, but Awesome Empire has inside position on him and more early speed, and Awesome Empire wins the race into the first turn. Jansen's in second, and then it's Skippy Town to the outside of Mr. Ripple. Mr. Ripple is behind rivals and only a length and a half off the lead, and a few more lengths back to Bolt to Run, who's at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn. Awesome Empire has the lead by a neck over Jansen, who's prompting outside second. Mr. Ribble is to the inside of Skippy Town. They're third and fourth. Then about 7 lengths to the trailer, and that is Bolt to Run. First quarter mile in a casual 24 4/5 as they travel up the backstretch. Awesome Empire and Jansen in tandem, first and second. And then a length and a half back to Mr. Ripple, who's to the inside of Skippy Town. They're third and fourth. And about 8 lengths to the trailer, Bolt to Run. The opening half in 49 1/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Awesome Empire and Jansen have been first and second throughout. Mr. Ripple still patient behind rivals in third. Mr. Ripple, though, 2 lengths off the lead, will be able to get off the inside if he wants to. Mr. Ripple is on the 3 wide side. Now Skippy Town 6 lengths off the lead and many lengths back to Bolt to Run, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Jansen, Mr. Ripple cut loose on the 3 wide side. Awesome Empire tries to fight on towards the inside. 3 across the track, and they got 1 furlong to go. It's Mr. Ripple now striking the front. Jansen and Awesome Empire left in the wake of Mr. Ripple. Mr. Ripple, the huge favorite, wins the opener at Finger Lakes. Jansen second, Awesome Empire third, Skippy Town fourth. 1426, number 1, Mr. Ripple first. First race official, 2:30, the winning mutual, Mr. Ripple. 2 wins in a row. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old bay gelding by Dialed In out of Palace Pier. Legacy Racing, the ownership, Miguel Clement, the trainer, and Cabercoa, the winning jockey. Pillar Property Services Incorporated, bred Mr. Ripple. Mile 70 yards, 143.70. Exacta 850, 50-cent try, $4.50. Dime Super, $1.56. Second race at Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:30 p.m.
I'm in the paddock for race number 2, and yeah, no doubt about that winner. And the money came in on Mr. Ripple and did not disappoint. At 1-9, was able to get the victory under Cabercoa. That for Miguel Clement to get us started. Well, that's how you get a pick 5 started, with a free square. Okay, 11-9 claimer. This one a maiden claimer for fillies and mares, going 6 furlongs. You can make a case for a few of them. I see a lot of early play on La Dynamita. Probably got the worst of it in the last trip when dropping 11-9. But I'm looking at it from a pace flow standpoint. I actually think that Yearning might have a little bit of a tactical edge here. This one coming out of some good versions of the 11-9 maiden claiming race. Ran second to Cajunette. Cajunette got better. I mean, Cajunette had a lot of chances, was stopping a lot, but then seemed to get better. And that day, she broke her maiden. Wasn't the fastest of time, granted, but she came back to win handily against winners. Well, the next race was against Miss C. Banker. Miss C. Banker had already defeated maidens, broke her maiden, but she got disqualified. So, yeah, they went 107. They're not the fastest of times, but that's about what 11-9s do. But it was good horses that beat her those days. So she doesn't have a ton of early speed, but she could be on the front line, and that could be the difference instead of her chasing these better horses. She's currently at odds of 5-1, coupled with Castle Dell. Now, I mentioned La Dynamita. She's 3-5 on the board right now, and you can't fault anybody for liking her. Her form in New York and Monmouth, Oaklawn, better than these. It almost looked like she should have broke her maiden there. She lost by a nose against 25,000 maiden claimers at Monmouth. This should be easier. Claims since then, she's hit the board a lot, and you kind of get to the point where you say, does this horse want to win? When you get all those in-the-money finishes, even against better horses, maybe she doesn't like to pass horses at the end. And that's the concern here, because she did run well last time, and they've been doing equipment changes. They took the blinkers off, put the blinkers back on last time when dropping. Of course, the one thing they didn't do is take the blinkers off for 11-9. Maybe that'll work, but we'll see if she could be good enough to beat these. She's got to get the right kind of trip, it seems like. You got the 3 Unwoke coming out of the same race, and then you have a first-time starter for Linda Rice as well. Diptyque is out of a stakes place mare. Sterling Beauty ran third in one of those Stallion Series stakes. And the only thing is the dam's only win was on the turf, so there's a little more turf breeding on that firster. She is taking some good early play, though. She's at odds of 3-1. So there's a few of the contenders for the second race. At least I got a little bit of a price in here with the Century. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts here.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track, second race. First half of the entry, number 1, Castle Dell and Luis Perez. Second half of the entry, the 1A, Yearning and Kevin Navarro. Number 2 is Lady of Mercia and Hemin Harkey. Number 3 is Unwoke, Jeremiah Flores. Number 4 is Diptyque and Cabercoa. Number 5, La Dinamita, Andre Worry. And number 6, Toku and Nasario Alvarado. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Unwoke goes in. Diptyque. La Dinamita. And Toku. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. It's Yerding who's sending out for the lead. Lady Mercia displaying speed. And then a length and a half, to Unwoke and Diptyque. They're third and fourth. Toku far outside, 2 off the lead. La Dinamita in a tight spot right behind the early leaders. Then about 7 lengths to the trailer, and that is Castledale. It's Yerding on top by a half length as Toku picks up the tempo outside, and Toku takes over the lead with less than 3 furlongs to go in this race. Third place belongs to Unwoke, followed up by La Dinamita, White Blinkers in fourth. A few more lengths back to Castledale, who's advancing from the back, was dead last, now up into fifth, going very wide, 8 lengths off the lead, as it's Diptyque in second last, and Lady Mercia now trails the field. It's Toku at a big price, who comes off the turn, leading by 3 lengths. Unwoke is on the outside, up into second, and then it's Yearning who races in third, followed up by Castledale, but with a 16th to go, it's a big upset here. It's Toku lighting up the tote board at 38-1. Unwoke second, third Yearning, close for fourth, maybe La Dinamita over Castledale. In the winner's circle, number 6, Toku. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Bolt Dora out of Stockpile. The Holly and Ivy stable. The ownership, Luis Gutierrez, the trainer. Nasario Alvarado, the winning jockey. George Krikorian bred Toku. $78. The winning mutual, double $97.50, exacta $394.50. 50-cent trifecta, $284. Dime superfecta, $95.95. Third race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 20 minutes at 2 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and one thing to say about Toku, a few of them came out of the same race, race won by Moontown. Toku did get the worst of it. That was the first trip over the track, and she got out in a tangle, lost about 5 or 6 lengths at the start that day. So she got the trip over the track, and was able to do a little bit better today. Took over from the speed of Yearning relatively easily, and actually won that race relatively easily after the bad start last time. Sometimes you got to watch replays because that wasn't even in the program, and that's why the horse won so easy at a big price, 38-1 for Toku. That'll make a difference in the pick 5 today. Third race, this one starts the pick 4. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available in here. This is a starter with an optional claiming tag of 8,000. I think it's Love My Candy is the only one that's in for the tag. The rest of them in for the starter condition. Well, you look at a few of them. I was mostly impressed by Saratoga Kiss's $5,000 victory. She steps up in class after the easy win. Now, she didn't beat anything. As Ligon's Legacy and In Traffic are decent in the condition, but they were really no match for her. And then what's interesting is the horse that they are betting at 6-5, Holiday Jazz, ran against In Traffic, actually struggled against her a little bit to get the victory. Saratoga Kisses kind of walked by that rival if you're comparing the two's last race. But of course, Holiday Jazz has done nothing wrong. She's won 3 in a row going through in that claiming distance series races. But I was kind of more impressed by Saratoga Kisses win against the same horses that Holiday Jazz beat very narrowly last time. So that's where I'm leaning in this race. The one Sweet DeSantis, she comes out of a one state bred race where she was making up a lot of ground and overcoming some trouble after the start. And that was her first time going long this year. She might be getting back on her game because that was a bigger effort. And those other races and sprints, they're just not her thing. So the route is her thing, and this should be a good distance for her. She's had 2 starts, hit into the board in them, but she might be as sharp as she's been in quite some time. And she might be overlooked in here a little bit at odds of 5-1. You got 2 of them in here for Ferraro. Love My Candy, the speed. Sweet DeSantis, more of the closer. Now, Love My Candy could be dangerous if she's left alone on the lead. That was her first time going long this year, last time. Now, she was successful last year with stretching out, but she had to go a little quicker, and she stopped in that race. So maybe this year she needed a race. She's by Empire Maker, so obviously the longer the better, and it's okay going a mile and 16th here. So Love My Candy could be dangerous if left alone on the front end. Another one to consider in race number 3. Those are the few that are getting the play. It looks like more early money on Holiday Jazz. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double also available as well as that first pick 4 of the day.
Fillies and Mares Coming on the track, third race, Finger Lakes, number 1, Sweet DeSantis and Luis Rivera Jr. Number 2 is Saratoga Kisses and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Holiday Jazz, Cabercoa. Number 4, Love My Candy and Luis Perez. Number 5, Pure Elegance and Christian Navarro. And number 6, Turn Up the Music with Kevin Navarro. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go mile and a 16th. 9 to 5, number 3, Holiday Jazz. 2 to 1, number 2, Saratoga Kisses. Pure Elegance going up. Turn up the music to the outside. They're on the gate, and they're off. Breaking a little bit outward at the start. Looks like Love My Candy. Thinking the worst of it was Pure Elegance. It's Saratoga Kisses who finds herself on the lead. Love My Candy injecting some pace into the race on the outside. Holiday Jazz emerges in third. Then it's Turn Up the Music. Sweet DeSantis towards the inside in second last. And a length and a half to Pure Elegance who trails the field. Love My Candy has made the front end as Saratoga Kisses defers in second, a length off the lead. A space of about 2 lengths to Holiday Jazz. Mid-flight in third. Sweet DeSantis to the inside to Turn Up the Music, fourth and fifth. And 2 more lengths back to Pure Elegance, who's at the back. First quarter, 24 3/5. Love My Candy dueling out the fractions up the backstretch. The lead's a length. Saratoga Kisses on the outside in second. Holiday Jazz third. Turn Up the Music outside of her, now up into third. Sweet DeSantis towards the inside fifth. And Pure Elegance starting to wind up for the back, able to thread her way through traffic. Pure Elegance going from last up into third. Now she'll need somewhere to run as she's along the inside, a length and a half off the lead. 3 furlongs to the winning line. Love My Candy, Saratoga Kisses, and Pure Elegance crying out for some racing room. It's Holiday Jazz in fourth and 5 lengths off the lead. Then Turn Up the Music Under Pressure, and Sweet DeSantis trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Love My Candy, Pure Elegance gets that racing room as Saratoga Kisses drifts out wide. Holiday Jazz is on the grandstand side. They got 3/16 to go, and it's Pure Elegance. Pure Elegance now striking the front. Holiday Jazz making a big bid on the outside, now up into second, 16th to go. It's Pure Elegance who leads by 2 over Holiday Jazz, surging late on the outside, but it's Pure Elegance in front. Holiday Jazz second, close for third, maybe Sweet DeSantis. That's a photo with Saratoga Kisses. Five, 3, 1, 2. Number 5, Pure Elegance first. Third race official, 2640, the winning mutual. Pure Elegance, Kentucky bred, 6-year-old bay mare by Connect out of backup Preacher. Lima Horse Racing owns, Samuel Morales trains, Christian Navarro, the winning jockey, Bon Chance Farm bred Pure Elegance. Double, $777. Exacta, $90.50, 50-cent trifecta, $103.75, dime super, $51.50. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, no changes, exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 2:31 p.m.
Another long shot winner in race number 3, Pure Elegance, gets the victory. That starts off the early pick 4. That was after you had the 38-1 shot, Toku winning race number 2. So maybe we'll get a day of prices today. Certainly started off that way after the 1-9 shot won the first race. So even if you had that free square in the first, it still should pay pretty good when we see the pick 5 payouts in race number 5. Okay, let's look at the 4th. See what this one has in store for us. It's a never won 3 condition for fillies and mares going to mile 70. Start off with Rachiel Maybell for Adil Khan. This one ran a good second last time behind a drop down Lady Leoben who got first run on her. And that was a 51 half at 116. So when you're trying to close ground and trying to make that move wide, actually ran a good race, a very good race, after winning her prior start against an easier field. So it's not a tougher field. Lady Leoben, like I said, was a drop down. There's no such rivals in here, and that makes her probably, on paper, the toughest one and the one to try to beat. And the one-horse Happy Time comes out of that same race, and I thought Rachiel Maybell ran the better race, considering she was against it when they ran those fractions, where Happy Time was up close to those fractions, pretty much the same race. Now she switches back to her main rider, Kaber Koa. Rachiel Maybell goes to Andre Worry. So you got both have good rider changes in this race, and Happy Time, I don't know if she could turn the tables on Rachiel Maybell unless she gets a little better of the trip. She seemed to have gotten the better of the trip last time. The 4 Mission Avenue getting some play. One thing I said last time, I did like her a little bit last time, and because the 116 you had to ignore. She only went 116 when she broke her maiden for 5,000, but it was a slow racetrack early in that day. The other 5,000 maiden also went in 116, but she stretched out and beat a pretty soft field when she won the 2 lifetimes. So this could be considered a big step up for Mission Avenue, considering how easy the field she was beat last time. There were no horses that were doing the numbers that the horses in here are, but she could be improving enough that she should be there. I just didn't like the price of 3-1 on her. Dr. Gianelli, just a victim of some bad tactics last time. She's got good early speed. They did try to do something different with her last time and try to take back and try to make a run, but that was the wrong day to do it. I mean, they went 51 and 116, and then she ended up having a little trouble while she was trying to rate behind the horses. So I would expect a little more aggressive tactics for Dr. Gianelli to be more in the race today. And numbers-wise, if you can forgive the last race because of the poor tactics, I think you can make a case for playing her today. I used her third, actually, in here, and she's at odds of 7-1. Again, she was against it, because when you're trying to take back, that's not only against your running style, but was also against a very slow pace. Okay, those are a few of the contenders here in the 4th. Remember, we started pick 3. The pick 5 will start in race number 5. We have Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in this race as well.
On the track, fourth race, Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Happy Time in Cabercoa. Number 2 is Rochelle My Belle and Andre Worry. Number 3, Tamaki and Juan Diaz. Number 4 is Mission Avenue in Hemenharkey. Number 5 is Glory Bound Clara and Luis Perez. And number 6, Dr. G and Alley. Joel Cruz is the rider. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 4. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 4. Mission Avenue going in. Glory Bound Clara. And Dr. Gianelli. Mission Avenue, very wound up. Rider climbing back aboard. And they're off. pretty clean dispatch. It's Tamaki, Dr. G and Alley, Glory Bound Clara. The outside two, Glory Bound Clara and Dr. G and Alley go out for the lead. Tamaki gravitates towards the inside in third. Mission Avenue outside of her. Then a couple lengths to Happy Time, who's to the inside of Rochelle My Bell. Almost 2 by 2 by 2 as they circle around the first turn. Dr. G and Alley in the blue blinkers has a lead by a neck, now a half length over Glory Bound Clara, who defers in second. Mission Avenue, Yellow Silks in third to the outside of Tamaki with nowhere to go. Rochelle My Bell's wide as up the back stretch up into a joint fourth. 4.5 off the lead. Happy Time is now at the back, but Happy Time's trying to run on in between horses. So we have a leader that's clear, Dr. G and Alley, and a lot of jostling for position up the backstretch behind her. It's Tamaki's up the inside in second. Glory Bound Clara, 3 wide in third. Happy Time trying to probe through in between horses, and Rochelle My Bell is in the clear and 3 lengths off the lead into the top 4, and Mission Avenue's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Dr. G and Alley with 3 furlongs to go. The lead's a length and a half. Glory Bound Clara, the gray in second. Tamaki towards the inside in third. Rochelle My Bell being asked to go after the leaders in fourth and under a drive. Happy Time is next, and Mission Avenue trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Dr. G and Alley's homeward bound has the lead by a length. Glory Bound Clara comes to tackle outside second. Tamaki's towards the inside in third. 1 furlong to go. It's Dr. G and Alley who continues to find at the front end and opens up by 3. Glory Bound Clara, Tamaki second and third. It's Dr. G and Alley, another upset here at Finger Lakes. Dr. G and Alley wins at 8-1. Glory Bound Clara second, Tamaki third, Rochelle My Bell fourth. Six, 5, 3, 2. Number 6, Dr. G and Alley first. Miles 70 yards, 147.11. To the winner's circle, number 6, Dr. G and Alley, New York bred, 4-year-old dark brown filly by Boston Stones out of Overdrive. William Hart Sr., Life is Good Stables, the ownership. Linda Dixon, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. William Hart bred, Dr. G and Alley. 1840, the winning mutual, double $183. Exacta 164.50, 50-cent try, $254.25. Dime Super, $103.55. Pick 3, 3 of 3. 656, the winning combo for 50 cents. $2,250.75. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time race 5 in 24 minutes at 3:06 p.m.
All right, in the paddock for the fifth race, and yeah, a little more aggressive tactics today with Dr. G and Allie, who was too far off of the 51 last time. Today, was able to get out there, and it led to victory for Linda Dixon as Joel Cruz aboard for the fourth race win. Okay, the late pick five starts with race number 5. Obviously, no carryover as it was hit yesterday. We had the carryover into yesterday's card. Actually paid pretty well considering. Had mostly lower price horses yesterday. Still paid over $300. The looks like I made this point earlier. There seems to be horses that like to be in the race early. A lot of pace in the race, in other words. You got Boss Tweed, who's the speed of the speed and the class of the race. He usually stops. Max Foster likes to be close, at least is better when he's close. And then the rest of them, Thank You John and Stone Guitar, both have tactical speed from the inside. So I was kind of leaning towards a stalk and pounce type horse. There's no true closers really in this race. And that's kind of like a race like this, you say, well, I want a closer. It is only 5.5 furlongs, but you would like a horse to come from out. Well, there is Rebel Empire is one of those horses that has tactical speed, but has shown that he can rate and make a move and do that stalk and pounce trip, which I was expecting today with all the speed in here. So I'm going to lean towards this one. The last race wasn't that bad. Ran third behind a two-speed number with Brock Moninoff and Max Foster. The track seemed to get quicker at the end of the day, and they lit up the track in a very fast time. At least the first quarter was really quick, but they just simply didn't come back to him. And today maybe a better chance for this pace to come back to if he does try that stalking type trip. Again, the big question mark is going to be Boss Tweed. Boss Tweed takes a significant drop in class here after waiving the claim for 20s and for 5. Well, probably now is hoping to lose it for 20, but the horse was claimed for 50, was running against Tougher. The problem is he stops. He's stopping. He won three of his 4 in a row, 3 wins and 4 starts, I should say, when he's running at Belmont and Saratoga. It was on a roll, but then just the last few starts has completely stopped. Well, it's 5,000 today, and the distance is shorter. So the combination of the two makes this horse a strong player. He may forget to stop because it's 5,000, or because it's only 5.5. If he starts to stop, he'll have a big enough lead, ideally, if you're betting this one, to win the race. Max Foster, if he could get in the race early and not try to sit and make a run, he has a good chance in here at this 5.5 furlong distance. He actually seems to be a little better at 6, but he needs to be in the race, and it shows. When he dropped to 4, it wasn't just the fact that he was in for 4. He was able to get out there with a speed, and he went 105. So it didn't matter if he was in for 4, he would have won for 5. Well, the problem is when he was in for 5, he wasn't able to really get with the early pace, except when he was chasing Brock Moninoff, and he couldn't pass that rival. Last time they tried something different, and that's not going to work with this horse, is trying to sit back and make a run. Kind of like Dr. G and Alley. It didn't work with that horse. So in some horses, it doesn't. So Max Foster is one of those horses that likes to be in the race early and needs to be with the other contenders because he's not going to sit back and make a run and pass them all. He's currently at odds of 5-2. The 3-horse New York Riesling is going to be a big price in here. More of an underneath type, I would think, to use in your try and super, because he could pass a few horses too. He used to be one of those speed-only type horse, but now as he's getting a little bit more into his career at age 5, they seem to take him back a little bit, and it worked last time because he ended up landing a third-place finish when that race collapsed a little bit. He held his position. I could see that happening again today. He kind of just hold his position, maybe even pass a couple horses that are tiring back to him, and land in the super. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, the late pick 5 starts with the 5th. You got 6 minutes to post.
On the track, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Thank You John, Nasario Alvarado, the rider. Number 2 is Stone Guitar and Jeremias Flores. Number 3 is New York Riesling and Apprentice Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 4, Rebel Empire and Andre Worry. Number 5 is Max Foster and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Boss Tweed, Christopher Elliott in the irons. Number 7 is Barflied and Laird Bailey. And number 8, Central Love, John Barrios calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. And a lead jockey change in this 5th race for number 7 Barfly, Chris Russell. Chris Russell on number 7 Barfly in this 5th race. Chris Russell on number 7 Barfly. And the horses have reached the starting gate, race 5 here at Finger Lakes. New York Riesling going in, Rebel Empire. Max Foster goes in. Boss Tweed will be next. Then Barfly and Central Love. Central Love to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A hop at the start for Central Love. It's Rebel Empire who accelerates out for the front end. Stone Guitar towards the inside. Max Foster is also stalking the early pace, now contending for the top spot. Max Foster, who sticks the head in front. Third place, Boss Tweed. Stone Guitar shuffled fourth. Barfly to the outside of Thank You, Don. Fifth and sixth. New York Riesling in a tough and tight spot for momentarily in seventh. 5 off the lead and a gap of 5 lengths back to the trailer, and that is Central Love. On the turn, 3 furlongs to go. Max Foster taken on by Boss Tweed, and these two are clear by a length and a half. Barfly with the middle move outside in third. Rebel Empire towards the inside fourth. Thank You, John goes wide with New York Riesling. Then it's Stone Guitar in second last. Central Love trails the field as they turn into the stretch. Max Foster cuts the corner, has the lead by 2 lengths. Boss Tweed is fully extended. Rebel Empire's on the outside with Barfly third and fourth. They run to the 16th pole. Max Foster on top by 4 lengths. Rebel Empire, Barfly outside second and third. It's Max Foster victorious. Rebel Empire holds second over Barfly. Then it was Boss Tweed. Number 5, Max Foster first. It's a photo for second. 5.5 furlongs, 105.97. Second, number 4, Rebel Empire. Third, number 7, Barfly. Fourth, number 6, Boss Tweed. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Max Foster. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Palace Malice out of AP Zapper. David Oyola, owner-trainer. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Lori Ann Collinsworth and Coy Mark Collinsworth, bred Max Foster. It's official, $9.10, the winning mutual. On Max Foster, $2 win ticket. Double, $82. Exacta, $35.40. Trifecta $156. Dime Super $105.30. 50-cent pick five. 5 of 5. A whopping $24,261 and a meaningless 75 cents. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2, Night Spot. Scratch number 3, First Sons. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Late pick 4 wagering. Late pick 4 starts in race number 6. Post time in about 20 minutes at 3:36 p.m. A reminder to make your plans to be at Finger Lakes on Labor Day this Monday for our annual Labor Day extravaganza. We'll roll back the price of Sweegle hot dogs and sodas to just $1 beginning at 11:30 a.m. at the pavilion on Clubhouse side and at the Wire concession stand located on the racing floor. Domestic drafts will be $3 until 4 p.m. We'll have the Jockey's Foot Race for the PDGF, the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Finger Lakes will donate $200 for each jockey that participates in the foot race. We'll also have the popular $10 bet and get bounce back promotion. Wager $10, win, place your show on any Finger Lakes live race with the mutual clerks in the upper grandstand or lower clubhouse to get a bounce back coupon to redeem at the Lucky North Rewards desk for $10 gaming free play on next visit. One redemption per person, and you can start the free play the day after. Finger Lakes racing programs will be free, both program stands. And then we'll have the $50,000 Arctic Queen Stakes on a Monday as well. Labor Day at Finger Lakes this Monday. Before we get to Dave, got a jockey change in the 7th race for number 5, Victory Built, Jose Ruhina. Jose Ruhina on number 5, Victory Built in race 7. Horses coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 2 and 3. Number 1 is Vaunted with Kristen Navarro board. Number 4 is Trojan Mule and Hemon Harkey. Number 5 is Dunedin Causeway and Christopher Elliott. Number 6, Shorts in the Winter and Cabercoa. And number 7, Burn Rubber and Luis Perez. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratched down to a field of 5. Even money number 6. Shorts in the winter. 8 to 5. Number 7. Burn Rubber. They'll load up Trojan Mule. Without the jockey, will climb aboard. Right now, as Trojan Mule's in the gate, Dunedin Causeway. Shorts in the winter. Burn Rubber. The last to load up. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Shorts in the winter rushes out for the lead. Trojan Mule splitting rivals up into a joint second. Vaunt is towards his inside in third, now up into second. Second last, Burn Rubber, and 6 lengths off the lead, and Dunedin Causeway trails the field. Shorts in the winter on top by a length. Vaunted's off the inside in second. Trojan Mule's in third, 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. A space of 3.5 lengths to Burn Rubber, who's about 3 lengths in front of Dunedin Causeway, is at the back. First quarter, 22 2/5. Shorts in the winter has a lead by 3.5 lengths over Vaunted and Trojan Mule, who are stalking outside second and third. Burn Rubber's towards the inside fourth, and Dunedin Causeway trails the field. They're in upper stretch. Shorts in the winters, homeward bound, has a lead by 5 lengths. Trojan Mule's outside second. Burn Rubber towards the inside third, 16th to go. It's Shorts in the winter, a front-running victory. Shorts in the winter, give Koa 2 on the card. Close for second, but I think that's Burn Rubber over Trojan Mule, and then it was Dunedin Causeway. Number 7, Burn Rubber. Got second over the 4, Trojan Mule. Fourth, number 5, Dunedin Causeway. 5.5 furlongs, 105.61. to the winner's circle, number 6, Shorts in the Winter. New York bred, 5-year-old big gelding by Bolt Doro out of Silly Sister, M. Anthony Ferrero. Owner trainer, Cabercoa with a riding double today. 30-year farm bred, Shorts in the Winter. 320 the winning mutual, double 1380. Exacta 860, 50-cent try, $4.05. Dime super, $2.22. 50-cent pick 3, $50.37. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $466.75. Seventh race, Finger Lakes, scratch the 2, Beach Boy Al, and number 3, Norgay. Jose Rohina on number 5, Victory Built. Exacta trifecta, superfecta. Daily double and pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 7 at about 21 minutes at 4:07 p.m.
I'm in the paddock for race number 7, and I don't think that race was ever in doubt. When Shorts in the Winter got the lead, he was in hand the whole way. I mean, never in any time during that race did you think the Shorts in the Winter was going to lose. And the drop in class, a little bit of a freshening, good work. So everything pointed to that horse, and he ran to it. Cabercoa for M. Anthony Ferraro. That'll start the late pick 4. 7th race, we scratched the 2s, Beach Boyale, and the 3, Norgay. We'll look at some of the main contenders. I went for a little bit of a price in here for my top choice because, I mean, you can narrow the race down to a few of them. Okay, it's only 6 horses in the race, but you can narrow down. But one of the things I looked at for a long shot, at least a little bit of a price, was the 7 Indy Cowboy at odds of 5-1 now. He cuts back in distance and really looked like he wanted no business with that route. Got in the race a little bit, chased for a while before fading badly. Draw a line through it. The previous races are good. He won his prior start in a sprint at 6 furlongs, ran second going 5.5 against a lone speed winner. There's some things to like with Indy Cowboy. As long as he doesn't find himself with too much to do late, he could be a factor in this race. Heads or tails, logical horse in here. Ran 4th behind Bustin Pietre, who would beat this field. The rest of them maybe not so much. But the prior race in the 1 in 6 months condition, he was in for the waiver claim and almost pulled off the upset, only lost by a nose that day. So he's very capable. If he runs his best race, he's going to win. It's that simple. Gandy Dancing is the tricky read because he's as inconsistent as he comes. But when he's running well, he would beat these. Class-wise, numbers-wise, he's better than these horses, but you never know which Gandy Dancing is going to show up. He's getting some action at odds of 8-5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts. We scratch the 2 and the 3.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Ribbons and Medals, and Joel Cruz. Number 4 is Don Antonio and Carlos Camilo. Number 5 is Victory Built and Jockey Change Jose Rojina. Number 6, Heads or Tails, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 7 is Indy Cowboy, Luis Pena aboard. Number 8 is Gandy Dancing and Luis Perez. Post time in about 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. 9 to 5 on number 8, Gandy Dancing. 2 to 1, number 6, Heads or Tails. Indy Cowboy goes in. Gandy Dancing to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Looks like a decent start. Victory Built hustled hard for the front end. And then it's Heads or Tails and the white blinkers outside, Ribbons and Pearls at the fence. And then it is Don Antonio's in between horses. Indy Cowboy is one from the outside. Gandy Dancing's at the back. Only about 3.5 from top to bottom as they make the entry into the turn. Victory Built has the lead. Heads or Tails in pursuit. Gandy Dancing threatening outside in third. Ribbons and Medals towards the inside in fourth. Indy Cowboy races in fifth, 4 off the lead. And 3 lengths back to Don Antonio, who trails the field. Gandy Dancing with a 3 wide bid, trying to get to Victory Built as it's heads or tails in between those two. Indy Cowboy is swung wide for the stretch drive. Ribbons and Medals is towards the fence as they got 3/16 to go. Victory Built on top. The lead's a length. Gandy Dancing shaken up in second. Then it's Ribbons and Medals and heads or tails third and fourth. 16th to go. Victory Built. Gandy Dancing. A final try on the outside. Gandy Dancing. Victory Built. Here's the finish. Head bobber there between Victory Built and Gandy Dancing. A few more lengths. A photo for third. Ribbons and Medals and Don Antonio. Photo finish for the win. Number 5, Victory Built first. Second, number 8, Gandy Dancing. Third, number 1, Ribbons and Medals. Fourth, number 4, Don Antonio. 5814, 5.5 furlongs, 106.16. Victory Built to the winner's circle. New York bred 8-year-old bay gelding by Big Brown out of Silkworm. Julie Smith and Deborah Cornell. The ownership, Julie Smith, the trainer. Jose Rojina picked up the winning ride. Big Brown Management and Moonshine Meadow Ranch bred Victory Built. $53 the winning mutual. Daily double $83.50. Exacta $205. 50-cent trifecta $229.25. Dime super $113.90. Eighth race at Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta trifecta superfecta and daily double wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 4:36 p.m.
I got another long shot winner in race number 7. Some of these old class horses, they get alone on the lead. Sometimes they just are hard to pass. Rafael Rohina Jr. aboard Victory Bill for Julie Smith. That's her first win of the season. And, that one's got some back class and was the main speed of the race. It was just a matter of can he keep going today? And he was able to find another gear as Scandy Dancing just unable to pass that horse late. Victory Bill holding on at a very big price. We had a few big ones. Remember the second race today? It was Lugu with Toku and Naz Alvarado at 38-1. That one will probably hurt a lot of pick 5 tickets. Now we look at the 8th. This is an allowance event going a distance of 1 mile, and you're going to get a short price favorite in here as Sorority Prank had done nothing wrong, winning 3 in a row. Actually got a little bit of a challenge from King's Leap back on July 2nd, but still ran a good race, a quick time in 1:38 here at Finger Lakes. That's a very fast time. Just ran into a sharp horse last time, and Hey Toby looked like it was going to be a match race between the two, and it wasn't. Hey Toby just took off, and Sorority Prank had no response, and still was able to hold on to the second place position. Seems like he's the speed of the race here, and with no Hey Tobies in here, he looks like he's going to be awfully tough to beat unless he regresses somewhat. But Sorority Prank, going to be a short price, but they're going to have to catch him. He's currently at odds of 3-4. So you're looking at, well, who's going to be second and third if that horse runs the race, or if you have a chance to upset him, who would it be? And that's kind of how you look at it. There's no Hey Tobies in here with his kind of credentials. So you look at a horse like Prophetic. He's only a 2-time winner in the state bred condition. Well, he ran into Burning Beauty last time. Burning Beauty might be able to provide competition to Sorority Prank, so there's no shame in losing to that rival. He did beat the 11-9's claiming condition when he won, but he won that race easily, and he was competitive against the 2 lifetime allowances before that. Yeah, it does seem like it's a step up here when you got a horse like Sorority Prank, but the rest of them, it doesn't look like it's that much stronger than the 3 lifetime that he comes out of last time, other than the appearance of Sorority Prank. So he's a player here. Pascal Moon might be the other one to consider as far as exactas and tries. He ran in the race behind Hey Toby and Sorority Prank, and as it turned out, he wasn't far behind Sorority Prank for the second place position. That was going the same distance as today, a flat mile. Went a little bit further last time, and again, he didn't run that badly behind Henry III, who ran a decent race that day. So he's one of those horses that does have more seconds than first, but is a good horse to use if you're playing exactas or tries and you're just trying to round something out behind the heavy favorite. That's the 7 Sorority Prank. The horse that is getting some play other than Sorority Prank is the 3 First Pitch, and he's a real tricky read here. He ran in the Mike Lee Stakes against fellow 3-year-olds, and at 50-1, he lost by less than double digits in that race. Well, the 2 other races that he's run against, the one other than state breds in New York and Saratoga, which is a tougher condition, he showed absolutely nothing. So it's really tough to gauge how good this horse is right now. I mean, they thought enough of him to try him in the Grade 3 Peter Pan back on May 10th. He's a really tough horse to figure here. His only win was against restricted 3-year-old maidens, but they must have liked him enough to try him in a graded stakes. We'll see. Yeah, he is getting some play based on the company kept. Exacta try, super, and daily double offered in race number 8. You got 4 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, 8th race, Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Drinking Solo, and Hem and Harkey. Number 2, Iron Man Ira and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, First Pitch with jockey Christopher Elliott. Number 4 is Raw Courage and GM Rohina. Number 5, we'll go to number 6, Prophetic and Kevin Navarro. Number 7 is Sorority Prank and Andre Worry. Number 8, Honorable Avenue and Cabercoa. And number 5, Pascal Moon, Jose Baez. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 8 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 8 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, a mile, an allowance race. Even money on number 7, Sorority Prank. 3-1, number 2, Ironman Ira, and 7-2 on number 3, First Pitch. First pitch going up. Raw Courage. Pascal Moon. Then after that, 3 more left to load. Prophetic, Sorority Prank, and Honorable Avenue. Honorable Avenue to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Pascal Moon, Ironman Ira, Sorority Prank, and Honorable Avenue all sending out for the front end. Drinking Solo, some tight quarters right behind the speed. Might try and squeeze on through at the fence. Now 2 lengths off the lead is Drinking Solo in that middle cluster. 6th place belongs to First Pitch, who's about a length and a half in front of Raw Courage, and a gap of 3 lengths to Prophetic, who's in the 8th in trailing position. Sorority Prank and Ironman Ira, these 2 spar for the top spot as they travel up the backstretch. Pascal Moon to the inside of Honorable Avenue, 3rd and 4th, then a length and a half back to Drinking Solo in the 5th spot. 3 lengths to First Pitch, who's about a length in front of Raw Courage, and a margin of 6 to Prophetic, who's at the tail of the field. The opening half in 47 and a 5th, and Sorority Prank is able to open up on Ironman Ira as they make the entry into the turn. Pascal Moon's in 2nd, and then it's Honorable Avenue outside 3rd. Ironman Ira backpedals in 4th. Now Raw Courage. Raw Courage is circling up on the outside, passing horses one by one, and First Pitch attempts to match that rally up the inside, and the White Blinkers in 4th at this point in time. But all the meanwhile, Sorority Prank has built up a 6-length lead. Raw Courage is on the outside in 2nd, and then it's First Pitch and Pascal Moon 3rd and 4th. 1 furlong to go. Sorority Prank shaking up on the front end, has the lead by 4 lengths. Raw Courage, First Pitch, 2nd and 3rd, 16th to go. Sorority Prank, the lead's only a length as Raw Courage surging late up the inside. Raw Courage defeats Sorority Prank. First Pitch was 3rd, Pascal Moon 4th. 4735. Number 4, Raw Courage first. Time for the mile, 140.70. To the winner's circle, number 4, Raw Courage. 2 wins in a row, New York bred, 6-year-old bay gelding by declaration of war out of Shayna Lady. Adil Khan, owner-trainer. And 2 wins for jockey GM Rohina. Parkland Thoroughbreds, bred Raw Courage. It's official, 22.60 the winning mutual. Daily double, 4 figures, $1,113. Exacta, $63. 50-cent trifecta, $91.12. Dime super, $47.65. Ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch part of an entry. The one busted out of here. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 5:06 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this card. What a card it has been. It's a good day if you like to play those double-digit odd horses, as we got another upset in race number 8. Congratulations to Adil Khan. Jose Rohina pulls off the big upset. A horse that just barely, it took about 3 or 4 minutes with a photo finish for Raw Courage to beat finalists in a $5,000 claimer. He just beat Sorority Prank, horse that looked almost unbeatable the first 3 starts over the track. It's just hard to believe the horse just won. Big upset for Raw Courage. Actually thought he should have been higher odds than that. Congratulations to the connections. And now you can look back on that August 5th race, that 5,000 claimer he comes out of. The horse that was third, Henry III, who was the big favorite in there, that one came back off of the claim, stepped up and won an allowance race. So now Raw Courage, off of that $5,000 race, comes up back and wins a state bred allowance race. What is finalist going to do, the horse that was second? Now that's an interesting way to look at what could now be considered or could turn into a key race. Finalists who might be entered for 5 might decide to jump up to an allowance race. All right, we look at the last. We scratch the 1 part of entry. Bustin' out of here. It's a 5,000 maiden claimer going 5.5 furlongs. Start with a new face in here. George is important for Bill Bartlett. This one does possess some early speed, some tactical speed in a race that doesn't have a ton of early speed. And I think that's going to help his cause. I think the 2 going to be possible would probably be the other one speed. That's the one I thought might get the lead over George is important. But George is important is going to be up there close with that rival, and ran second against restricted 3-year-olds back in March against the 12-5 maidens there. That race is good enough to win. Next couple starts aren't as good. One of them was on the Tapeta, so now arrives at Finger Lakes at a much reduced level against the 5s, and with the class relief, got to be one of the main contenders in here. At least he was competitive earlier in his career against some better quality maidens. Dracula goes back to 5,000 where he ran third. That was a good field when he ran for 5. He tried the 11 and 9s, just kind of ran evenly. He looks like a horse that wants to go longer. He's just kind of a plodding style, big, good-looking horse is Dracula. So 5.5 might be a little short, but at 5,000 back at this level, he gets the right kind of trip and is in position. He could beat these horses, and he's going to get some play at odds of 5-2. So they're going on the track for the last. Again, we scratched Bustin' out of here. We continue live race. We got one more day of the week. That's going to be tomorrow. Remember, a little bit later, 1:15 tomorrow morning, I got Jackie Davis as my special guest to go over the races. So tune in early tomorrow.
Horses coming on the track for the 9th and final. Scratch part of the entry. The 1 busting out of here. There's the 1A Ex Machina and Cabercoa. The 2 is going to be possible, and Joel Cruz. Number 3, George is important, and Luis Perez. Number 4, guess we'll go to the 5, 9, and 4 with Emmanuel De Diego. Number 6, Feline Treasure, Carlos Camilo. Number 7, Dracula, Andre Worry. Number 8 is King's Spirit, Hemin Harkey. Number 9, Armenian Dancer, Luis Pena. And you can scratch the 4, Chicago Charlie. Post time for the 9th and final in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approach the gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, 5.5 furlongs. 2-1 on both number 3, George is Important, and number 7, Dracula. Now 9-5 on Dracula. Ex Machina. Going up, Dracula third last, then King Spirit, an Armenian Dancer. King Spirit up and in, Armenian Dancer to the outside. They're all in the gates, and they're off. Good start. King Spirit, one of many grays in this race, going out for the lead. Ex Machina flashing early speed, going to be important. George, going to be impossible, and George is Important. They are towards the inside, and it's George is Important with the lead over going to be possible in second. Ex Machina races third. King Spirit outside in fourth. 9 and 4 is in fifth, and it's Dracula 6. Feline Treasure towards the inside in seventh, and a length back to Armenian Dancers at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. George is Important, taken on by Ex Machina. It's 9 and 4 in contention, going to the 3 wide side in third. King Spirit races in fourth, and it's gonna be possible towards the inside. Dracula, Armenian Dancer, spun out wide for the stretch drive as they turn into the stretch. George is Important, nearest the inside, has the lead, but it's 9 and 4 who threatens on the outside, and 9 and 4 takes over the lead with a final furlong to go. Ex Machina races in third, fourth, Dracula In deep stretch, it's 9-4. 9-4. Spurts clear late to win by 3. Dracula rallies for second. George is in ports in third. Ex Machina fourth. Five, 7, 3, 1A, number 5, 9-4 first. 5.5 furlongs, 107.24. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, 9-4. New York bred. 3-year-old dark brown gelding by Honest Mischief out of Mochima. Ilke Cantarmesi, Celeritas Racing, and 5 Horsemen Stables. The ownership, Ralph Alessandro, the trainer, and Emmanuel de Diego, the winning jockey. Larry Botting, bred, 9-4, $9.90 the winning mutual. Daily double, $175, exacted $53.50, 50-cent trifecta, $71.75. Dime super, $96.95, 50-cent pick 3, $1,272. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $2,609.25. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $15,135.25. Ninth race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. Please note post time 15 minutes later, 1:15 p.m. Pretty sure programs will be online for the card at fingerlakesgaming.com. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.